But now it's automatically creating the stuff on YouTube. Let's see. Let's see.
Yeah.
Became
Yes,
like
maybe one can.
also my job,
Good morning, everyone. If you can call all delegates from outside so they can get inside so we get started. Let's get the house in order. Those of you who have been occupying the tables at the back, you will be requested to occupy these ones for a change. So the back sitters will be requested to occupy the front seat for a change. So no one occupies this half until we have filled the first half. Let's do that. Let's humbly do that so that we can execute the task. Good morning. Thank you very much. Let's get started. Let us see some movements. All delegates, please come in. Tea is closed. All delegates, let's come in so we can get started. Leadership. All delegates, let's come in so we get started. All members of the PEC team Salga. So nobody sits here. Everybody will be requested to sit this side. This side. We don't want to check titles and whether you are technical or strategic or tactical. Just take it from the chair. Yeah, just take it from the chair and occupy the front seats. The technical work can still be connected from there, unless there are connectivity implications. Yeah, these ones I can tolerate, but anyone who's occupying this must move to that side. Yeah, all of us were doing house matters. House matters. All delegates, please come inside so we can start. All delegates, including PDC members, I was going to go for Okay, all delegates, let's come in so we start. All delegates. All delegates, please get inside. No more phones, no more tea. We delegate inside, so we conclude our business. We delegate inside, getting with your key. Well, my key is still away. How can I live here? I always see a very much working back away. Okay. Now, thank you very much. If you are occupying this table by mistake, please move to halfway. It's the chairperson's decision. I have upgraded the officials to the front. I have upgraded the officials to occupy that front. It's a chairperson's decision. Just execute. The PDO will follow. Occupy that first half. Yeah, Secretariat Salang. The rest, these tables must not be occupied. Find space there. Yeah, no, don't occupy this side. Please move that side. Immediately the chair is speaking. Just move to this half, right? Okay. Even you here, please move that side. You can still do your business from that side. Nobody occupies this half. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Matlakala Nonzaba. I'm the executive mayor of Bojanala Platinum District. That is led, the region is led by the women Executive Mayor of Rustenburg, Mayor Sheila Mabalehuma. So I'm the one who's gonna drive this program until the end of the event. So I request that everybody must just honor the rules of order that we were presented yesterday. No whispering. We give the person on the stage yes, so that we can be able to participate. But before we start in Bojanala, we believe in God. So may we all rise and request the Speaker of Madibeng to open the event with a prayer. Over to you, Mayor Ditseho. Where is the mic? PDO, roving mic, please.
Thank you very much. Can we close our eyes? Heavenly Father, we are gathered here as the Provincial Members Assembly. Various municipalities are here. We invite you, God, to be with us and give us guidance as we are entrusted with the constitutional obligation of ensuring that we deliver sustainable service deliveries to our communities. Your wisdom, God, is needed here. Please be with us throughout this day. Please, God, we are before you. We are saying, God, guide this program. Thank you very much. Amen.
Thank you, Speaker. I think everybody is having the agenda in front of you. And when we look into the agenda, the next is to welcome colleagues and officials from Salga and also MMs that are present here, and the Troika, and also councillors who are present in the event. You are all welcome. And also I'm going to recognize our chairperson of Salga, a discipline cadre, Ere Kumalomolefe. My chairperson, you are very much welcome. And we thank you for you to organize this event. Without you, municipality won't see the light, but it shows that really you are driving this car to the right direction. And we think by this time next year, all municipality in Northwest will get a better result from the AG. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome. Then we move because really we have started very late. We are supposed to start at 8:30. And I'm going to request our PEC member, starting from today's, to honor time. We must lead with example. When we have said we'll start at 8:30, let's make sure that 15 minutes we are present so that we can make our chairperson very proud. Now, we are going to adopt our previous minutes. I don't know who's gonna go through the process. PDO. I see that, our PDO likes sign languages. It means we need to study sign language so that we can be able to talk with her. And ladies and gentlemen, we are supposed to sign the register. We didn't sign today's register. So let's make sure that all of us, we sign the register. And the minutes are being distributed.
Now, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, PEC members, members of the Provincial Members Assembly. While you are going through the minutes, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the PEC and in my own name to welcome the NEC member deployed to our province, and that is NEC member Councillor Neo Masechela, not Mahasela, who's in the program. I think there's a typo there. It's this gentleman sitting here. I'm going to request him to stand up so that all of us know who is the NEC member deployed to the Northwest. Thank you very much, NEC member, Councillor Neo Masechela, and welcome to the Northwest once more. Thank you very much. The NEC member is based in the Northern Cape. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. So let's continue with our business. You've got the minutes in front of you. So what are we going to do? We'll go page by page. If you've got something to say in the page that I'll mention, you'll raise your hand. Let's start with page 1. Councillor Speaker. I'm sorry, PDO.
No, thank you, Chair. I was on the minutes on page 1, item 2, in memoriam, deceased councillors video. A display of deceased councillor names was screened. I'm saying were screened. Then we go to item number 4, rendering of the national anthem. Alderman, the spelling of Alderman also need to be corrected. Alderman Ntombi Koloti, not Tembi, led the singing of the national anthem. Those are the ones that I could pick up from page 1. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think Secretariat, you have noted it well, and also Alderman and Tembi. You are fine. Okay, thank you. Let's move to page 2. Page 2. Three, 2, 1. Thank you. We move to page 3. Page 3. Or am I fast?
Chair, I'm making a proposal that we get at least 5 minutes to quickly go through the minutes. Because if you take them page by page, there might be some errors that we are unable to pick, as we have just received the minutes. If the House is in agreement, Chair, thank you.
I think it's proper, Honorable Speaker, that really we need to have time to do justice.
Chair, I think we have already started with the minutes. The first input made in terms of correction of the spelling was an indication that we have already started with minutes. So the member can't therefore want to say we must be given 5 minutes. I don't agree. The chair is correct, we must go page by page. If there's something that we see it's not correct, we correct it and we move to another page as I submit.
Thank you, Speaker. Hey, by the way, you are the owner, you know procedure of running meeting better than us. So we'll continue. I'll rather give you some few minutes in each and every page. Then we continue in that order. So is page 3, We are on page 3. And meantime, ladies and gentlemen, let's sign the attendance register. They will bring the attendance register inside and make sure that you sign it. Honorable Speaker, PDO, I want run the whole hall with a mic, please. Let me get the respect that I'm supposed to get. I'm the deputy chair, by the way. Yeah, somebody must do that, not myself. Over to you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, page 3 is in order as it overlaps to page 4 on the keynote address of the Premier of the Northwest Province. Thanks.
Page? Which page, Speaker? Page 4, 3. Do we have anything also in page 3? Sorry? Okay, page 4. Page 4.
Chair, thank you very much. Page 4 is in order as it articulated to the matters as raised in the minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Page 5.
Chair, thank you very much. Page 5 is in order. These are messages of support as they overlap in page 6.
Thank you, Speaker. By the way, it's your portfolio, hence the participation. Page 6. Page 6.
Chair, thank you very much. Page 6 are issues that I said are overlapping from page 5, which are messages of support. And adding to that, on page 6, those were presentations from the debates in terms of the program that day. They are also equal to page 7, Chair, page 8, page 9, and page 10, as they end up with recommendations. So it means, Chair, now you must move to page 11.
Thank you, Speaker. That is the end of our minutes. 10. Okay, page 12. Let's move to page 12. I didn't.
Chair, we are still on page 11, which was the day 2 of the program. Page 11 is in order, Chair, as it overlaps to page 12 and its recommendations.
12 is in order. Let's move to legislative framework, page 13. Page 13, which is started with legislative framework, and it's overlapped to page 14.
Page 13, Chair, is in order, and page 14.
Thank you, Speaker.
Page 15, Chair, of page 17 is in order, as it overlaps to page 16.
Thank you, Chair.
And page
Okay.
17 as well, Chair. As I do that with due respect, I hereby move for the adoption of the minutes with corrections.
The mover of the minutes, Honorable Speaker, Alderman.
Chair, once again, I would second the mover and add that if there are any corrections, we shall raise them. We're just running around the pages. We received them and in 10 minutes time, we're done. This is not the PMA that I know. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We have adopted our minutes and seconded, and we agree that if there is any, we'll rectify it in the PEC meeting. Thank you. Do we agree, Chair? Roving mic to the Chair.
No, thank you very much. The PMA must not mislead itself. It's the highest decision-making body after conference. Otherwise, in between conference, it's the PEC. So once this structure has adopted minutes, the PEC has got no power over those minutes. Thank you very much. So once adopted, adopted permanently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So we are in agreement that we have adopted the minutes of PMA. Thank you. Then we move to I'm sorry, colleagues.
No, thank you very much. We are co-chairing. It's the chairpersonship. So we are doing this thing of the office. And before I deal with the matter that the deputy chair wants me to deal with, I just wanted to correct. Do not be surprised. We have TV inside. I think we have 2 TVs inside. So we can crop. We can crop. So I just thought I must make you aware so we don't catch you by surprise. They will be here with us until the address of the NEC member. After the address of the NEC member, when we do the organizational report, we are going to go on closed session. And that's when we will release them. But until then, be warned that you will appear on TV. I want to extend the introduction as we welcome here the member of the National Executive Committee. We have already introduced him, but just for completeness, he is also a councillor and delivers water, deals with potholes, lights, and does grass cutting. He is a mayor of Gasekgonyana local municipality. He's a directly elected National Executive Committee member, but in his own right in life, in the non-profit organization business, he is the regional chairperson of John Taulo Gaitsewe region, so Limotse Sentle. welcome NEC member. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. But I know that in Salga, we've got a quality clap. Can we please do quality clap? Thank you, thank you. That is Salga that I know, not that one that clap just. Now I'll hand over to the NEC member.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson of the session. Chairperson of the province, Ntate Molefe. Indeed, I'm pleased to come to the PMA of Northwest, and greetings to you and the entire PEC. The leadership of Salga at the level of the administration, all mayors, executive mayors and speakers, chief whips, MMCs, councillors present, municipal managers and senior managers present here today from all municipalities in our beloved province. In absentia from the chair, I want to recognize and appreciate and also congratulate the newly appointed CEO of Salga, Mr. Sithole Mbanga. When the NEC appointed him, it was a nice deliberations, a very robust NEC, and indeed, we want to assure members of Salga that you have appointed a highly qualified individual, a seasoned cadre, a person who is going to take Salga to greater heights. Also, Chair and the Program Director, on behalf of the National Executive Committee of Salga, it is indeed my greatest pleasure to contribute to this Salga Northwest Provincial Members Assembly. Program Director, let me start by acknowledging that the planning and success of the Provincial Members Assembly is the result of hard work over many months. As such, we express our sincere gratitude to the collective leadership of Salga in the province who made this event a reality. Comrade Chair, indeed, no one said it's going to be very easy. And the task that you are continuing to orchestrate, it is demonstrated in this PMA that the future of the municipalities of our province are in good hands. My task today is quite simple also, to provide a summarized report of the key policy advances made by the NEC since the last PMA that we held in Klerksdorp, November last year. Program Director, on the structured engagement with the stakeholders at the core of our existence as representative voice of local government is the mandate to advocate, lobby, and advance the best interest of municipalities. It is in this context that the NEC has been deliberate in identifying and engaging various strategic stakeholders and partners in the interest of local government. When I was seated there, Chair, my interest was to ask a simple question to the Chair. How is the relationship between Salga and our own department called COCTA? And the response from the Chair was, our relationship is cordial and the relationship is better and is improving. As reported at the last PMA, structured engagement have taken place between Salga Presidency and the Ministry of COCTA. The last such engagement took place on the 4th of July. This was a very special occasion in light of the recent cabinet changes that resulted in both former presidents of Salga taking up the responsibility of minister and deputy minister of COCTA, respectively. Minister Nkadibeng and Deputy Minister Tau are amongst us and have worked our path, bringing a wealth of local government experience and expertise, and now given a huge responsibility of leading the sector. As we continue, Chairperson, to this PMA, the challenges that are confronting municipalities and communities are very huge. Our discussion with the COCTA Ministry centered around matters pertaining to one, more collaborative partnership between COCTA and Salga through developing and advancing a common program to direct support to municipalities. Two, to advance to be directed to assistance to be directed to municipalities to improve grant spending. Three, opportunities for joint partnership and collaboration through cooperative governance with relevant ministries on policy matters impacting on municipalities with a particular focus on water services and electricity distribution and municipal finance. Having regard to the recent Auditor General's report, to join efforts towards improving on the next audit cycle. Councillors' welfare matters with a focus on the upper limits notice to be issued for both the 2022-2023 and the 2023-2024 financial years, as well as working on partnership on submitting comments on the independent commission's report on the review of remuneration of councillors. The upper limits of senior managers to improve through the 2023-2024, the weaknesses that are evident in the current remuneration being extended to our municipal senior managers. Unpacking measures to introduce stability in municipalities governed through coalition arrangements. And lastly, considerations to improve on the relationship between the traditional leadership and councillors. Program Director, through a bilateral engagement, we also welcome the appointment of Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa as the Minister of Electricity in the presidency to speed up the implementation of the National Energy Plan. As a former executive mayor of the city of Tshwane, Dr. Ramokgopa is ideally qualified and experienced to work closely with the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and Salga to collectively find solutions to our electricity, water, sanitation, waste management, environmental management, and other challenges. These include the externalities of load shedding, such as loss of revenue, damage to electricity distribution, networks, especially substations, damage to treatment plants, other infrastructure theft, and vandalism of infrastructure linked to load shedding. As the NEC, we have also been deliberate in closing the gap between Salga collective leadership and its membership through creating platforms for regular engagement and interactions with municipalities. This is as a result of the NEC decision to intensify regular interaction between Salga and its member municipalities in a bid to resolve various pressing local government concerns. The NEC is fully aware that local government faces several challenges through the country. This range from ongoing urbanization and migration, the impasse between municipalities and ESCOM and water boards, load shedding, drought, the need to grow the local economy and facilitate job creation, increase in service delivery demands, and high expectations amongst residents. To date, we have convened our fourth national engagement, started with the Northern Cape, Western Cape, here in Northwest, and the Eastern Cape, respectively. Program Director, during this period, we have made significant strides as Salga in fulfilling our mandate of supporting local government's continued transformation, having focused on consolidating, building on the firm foundation that was laid in the previous 5-year period. In doing so, we have continually borne in mind the diverse nature of our membership base, ranging from deep rural municipalities, grappling with severe backlogs, aging infrastructure, and institutional challenges, to highly sophisticated cities and metros with significant institutional capacity. Though it is still early days in all our activities, we endeavored to remain relevant in every member, no matter their circumstances and situations, while at the same time, deepening the quality of democratic process at local level. In this way, we believe that we are well on track in serving our members to the best of our ability as the National Executive Committee. I should, however, hasten to acknowledge that the last 16 months have not been easy, and for most of us, could never have imagined the magnitude of the task at hand. As I conclude, Program Director, whilst progress has been made, substantial work remains to be done in the coming month as we are preparing for the 2024 general elections. Frustrations with continued lack of fundamental economic transformation, inequality are real. Councillors from across our 257 municipalities led by Salga must therefore address the stubborn challenges that continue to bedevil the sector's progress. I have no doubt that this collective leadership led by you, Comrade Molefe, and the entire PEC here today will pick up the baton, move the sector forward on its steady consolidation and improvement curve, based on our fundamental tenet of unity and cohesion. On behalf of the Salga NEC, we wish this PMA started yesterday and today, once again, a fruitful deliberation for positive and impactful outcomes. I therefore thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, NEC. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And let me welcome Dr. Bati and the lawyer Mohomuti for joining us. You are very welcome, comrades. According to our agenda, we need to break for tea, but we have just started. I don't see the reason why should we break. Why can't we take the 2 items so that when we go, we are done with the business of today? The thing that I will do is just to give 5 minutes so that SABC can just vacate the hall. Okay. And then also, I want to request you that the organizational report will be done by the PDO because chairperson Omo interview. So we cannot wait for the interview. He have requested me to give PDO an opportunity to present the organizational report for us. So because of the powers vested on me, I'll allow PDO to present the organizational report for us. PDO, I think you are ready. PDO is coming to ascend the stage. I'm going to let's give her a quality clap.
Thank you to my Deputy Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members of the PMA, and morning to our stakeholders, media, and those that are here today. Whilst I wait for them to flight the report, I'm just going to go briefly through the organizational report that have been placed on the tables of the PMA for members to also go through. So this presents the highlights of what we have achieved through our working groups, through the work with municipalities, and what we are reporting on for the period under review. I also like to send my gratitude to those who supported us, PDO for Limpopo, the national office that are here, because we can't do it alone. We strengthen each other. And in the month of women, as women, we have made a pact that we are going to strengthen each other and we are going to stand on each other's shoulders. irrespective of what comes our way. We are going to stand on each other's shoulders. So thank you, Mayor Lidile, for supporting us, for supporting me in this PMA. And also thank you to the Gauteng PDA, Mayor Philisiwe Tau, who was also here in supporting us, because we take stern measure in ensuring that Salga is represented by women and that women can make a mark. And we are going to make a mark. So thank you very much. If we can move with the slides, I'm going to do the introduction, the highlights. Or keep moving. Let's just put the mic so that it doesn't disturb me when I can. Stop us here, Steve, I don't go move. So I'm going to look at the summary of the performance and the recommendations. Bagolo Baka, this toko doesn't want to move. But I'm going to try and make it this. Okay. So somebody's moving it for me. Whilst this one doesn't, okay, now it seems like it's moving now. So I'm just going to hit straight to the report highlights and ensure that the report is then followed. Oh, there it goes. So the report, the report under review looks at the performance since the November PMA that we have held in Klerksdorp, but also to account for the achievements and also some of the cracks that we have recognized and we are owning up to, we are accountable, we are counting on, so that we, in the process of refining this machine, we are able to then look at how can we do this. The office of the PDO deals with a lot of the administration in regards to the APP that we have all agreed on as a wider Salga, because Salga consists of the 9 provinces and specialists at the head office that are driving programs. So the office of the PDO is then responsible for driving the program in the province, and the conference of the 2021, as well as the previous PMAs, what we have achieved thus far. But we also push the payment of levies, and thank you very much to all municipalities that are doing us good for us to be able to correct. Besides the statistics of last year, we are still correcting in this financial year because municipalities have heeded the call. So we want to thank all municipalities for that. Though we are having some of our challenges, but we know the challenges that we are having is basically the municipalities that we are also supporting together with Provincial Treasury in terms of the financial difficulties that they are in. So honorable councillors, when we do come to you, assisting you in terms of how we can assist you with revenue collection, debt management, please, we are here to assist. We are not here to call you to order, but we are here to assist you so that we get these areas in check, because inadvertently it does affect us as Salga as well. So we also contribute to the analysis of municipalities in a collaborative way and in a strategic manner, but we also remain concerned with the inability of municipalities to finalize the appointment of Section 78, Section 56 and 57 managers. We have been doing this for the past months, and the outcome is still not very satisfactory, but the report talks to that. But we are also, as yesterday pointed out, the stagnant audit outcomes, and we need to look at improvement. And as I'm saying, there is space for improvement here, and we know that we can do this. The lack of consequence management by members, where the DM said yesterday, we all talk about it, but we don't do it. There's a consequence management framework. We've been talking to municipalities about it. It needs to be implemented for us to turn the corner. So we are concerned about that as an item. The proper functioning of oversight structures. Salga has been out there trying to do a lot in terms of advising municipalities on that is why the item was addressed yesterday in terms of proper oversight so that honorable councillors can take accountability of what is happening. So we are out there assisting municipalities. The constraints that we consider as basic service delivery. And we are also looking at some of those challenges, and we are always out there. And we also call on municipalities to please do as others do call us to come and assist when you have a particular problem, because sometimes it might be in a workshop and your problem might not be particularly to what is presented in the workshop, but you want to address a problem that is particular to you. So do call on us as other municipalities do. Sometimes even your SMMCs, you can call on us to come and assist you on particular issues. So it's not about the workshops, it's about you also calling on us to assist you in these different areas. We're also looking at the Northwest Administrative Team, which we value very much. We are very collected and a very tight team, and there is nothing we don't do without that dedication. So I'm certain that all members can attest to that fact in the sense that we are visible in municipalities. Sometimes we are so much in Rustenburg that the Koketso used to say to us, you know, when I get out of my office, it's Salga here, there, and there, and there. That's how visible we are. A member of the NEC, the Hasel. We are all over the show. So we heed a call. If Rustenburg says to us, come and talk about records management, come and talk about accountability for councillors, come and talk. We take all their halls and we are there for the whole day. It may even be the whole week. So we are begging other councils to do the same. We are also looking at, we have signed various MOUs with the Northwest University, and we want to look at research areas that has already been conducted. We cannot have a university that is praised out there with research work and we don't utilize that research. So we have signed that MOU so that we look at that research and we see how that research can be taken to municipalities. We've already started with that in terms of agriculture. We as the Salga office went out with the professors and they taught members of the community on how to use waste and turn it into, so we tried it in the office and we want to take it out to municipalities. So we are begging you to also utilize this opportunity that we are having. These universities are very good in research and that's why we're having the MOU. So we've done that. Yesterday, you've seen us signing an MOU with the traditional leaders. We have already trained members of the traditional and Khoisan leaders. We want to go out. So areas like Bom Kagisano Molopo, Bomaikeng, Bojanala, where you have traditional leaders, utilize the skills that we have to try and get the traditional leaders in, because we are not competing in the space, we are all working together, and that's what we do. Salga also went out with the Department of COCTA in the province and provincial treasury on a 2-day strategic planning session to collaborate on the work that we are doing in the municipalities, because sometimes you as municipalities are having a fatigue. Today you are called by COCTA, tomorrow by Treasury, the other day by MISA. So we try to align our program so that when we come for a meeting, it's a meeting that we have all agreed upon as Salga, COCTA, Treasury, and MISA, so that you get absolute value out of that. So we had that strategic planning session and we came up with a framework to ensure that when we do call, we are not calling municipal managers 5 days out of the office so that they are able to do their work. So that work we have done. And we are also looking at, we have done portfolio-based training, and we're looking at strengthening our IGR structures so that we are able to then look at how do we enhance further. Salga is a very, very key and strong member in our NWPCC. We are making inroads in the NWPCC in presenting the work that Salga is doing with municipalities. And most of the time we are really getting the value out of those meetings. And for example, last week we presented on the STS program, the electricity tokens. And that program was taken up by the Premier to say that mayors must please account on how these tokens are being done. We don't want zeros on our data as the Northwest. So that was Salga just presenting on that. So in terms of governance structures, we are doing very well. Although we must say that in terms of attendance of governance structures, municipalities still need to do a lot, because sometimes we do hear that councillors are making an excuse of saying that they are attending Salga workshops, whereas they do not actually attend those workshops. So MMs also, you must also try together with the Office of the Speaker, confirm if these councillors did attend this meeting so that we are able to ensure that we do align properly in terms of resources. Let's not waste resources for non-attendance. So in terms of the appointment of Section 56, the details are in the report, and we are saying that we have done so much work around there, and we need to just ensure that we strengthen that area. I'm not going to talk to this. In terms of governance and administration, this is about the working groups. We are doing well in working groups, but the attendance, even virtually, we need to strengthen attendance virtually. And we are requesting offices of Speaker once again to attend to this for us. Marketing and communication, we are doing well in terms of marketing and communication. We have had one big workshop with the municipal communicators to ensure that we do communicate and send our own narrative. Instead of the media coming with a narrative, we must send out our own narrative. And we are starting to do well in the area. That is why Ngaka Modiri Mwalema was awarded for being the most visible municipality in the country, because of what the executive mayor does on Facebook. Always visible, always out there, was recognized by Salga in terms of the most visible municipality in the country. So we are doing the strategic relations and media relations. That's why you do see the TV coming in and being here with us, because of the media relations that we have. Governance and international relations, we are working with a few municipalities in terms of JB Max on Bari, and we are also working on the issues around how to do what based planning and all those type of things. So we are strengthening this area so that communities can be, because municipalities is about three. It's about administration, it's about the council, it's about the community. So we are strengthening the area of the community, and we are working with JB Max and Moses Kotani so that we are able to take what other countries are doing and bring it into us, but practicing it on the ground. So there's that work that Salga is doing. And once we are done with that, we are going to use the two municipalities to be peer learning to other municipalities to work on this area of how do you engage with your ward committees. I think the chairperson said yesterday, and also on the presentation of Michael Chauke, you must allow yourself to be held accountable before others hold you accountable. And that is what we want to encourage in Salga. Work with your communities, and Salga is there to assist you to do that better. In terms of municipal finance, we are working very well with the Auditor General, but also with the Department of Treasury to ensure that we do assist municipalities, as I said, that are not doing well. We have selected 8 municipalities in the province that we are working with, and some municipalities were not accepting of the assistance that Salga is offering. But slowly the mayors are coming in, because sometimes if you do not speak to the mayor or the speaker, then officials do not take the opportunity. So when we do that, and now municipalities are coming on board in terms of accepting the report. So we are working in collaboration with Cochrane National Treasury, because there are some municipalities in the province that are delegated and those that are non-delegated. So we are working in financial recovery plans, and we are ensuring that those are coming to fruition. But the hard part of the financial recovery plans is the implementation. Once the council has adopted those plans, we need to look at implementation, and that's where the oversight comes in, so that your municipality turns around. We have said when the PEC came in that we are going to change the narrative of the Northwest Province. Chairperson is still on that. We must change the narrative of the Northwest Province. We shouldn't be known for the worst things. We should be known for the best now. So we are changing the corner, Chairperson. So this is what we've done: records management, public participation, ethical leadership. We've gone out there to ensure that we understand ethical leadership in the same way. Ethical leadership, let us not take only the word corruption in it. There are other elements in ethical leadership. So we've been out there doing this work, and Councillor Welfare and Support, Salga has been lobbying. I think the NEC member has also talked to this area. Municipal trading services, you would know that with infrastructure, this is where we have done the work with the electricity tokens, but also where we are having challenges, we work with MISA and COCTA to ensure that municipality infrastructure is aligned and that communities get the benefit of service. Most of the time, we do not advocate mostly for saying that even if a municipality is not paying levies, we wouldn't assist, we go there. We assist municipalities in trading services. We are having various programs that are running under this one. The Water Green Draw Pro, you understand that this is a legislated area. And as Salga, there were municipalities that did not comply. And as Salga, we took it upon ourselves to request the minister for an extension for compliance. Electricity and energy, we are educating municipalities on the green energy. We've gone out there, we've done that work, and we are asking municipalities to take up this opportunity in terms of the embedded scale generation, so that we are able to then ensure that our municipalities have adequate supply of energy. On wastewater, cleaning up spaces, but ensuring that the DM spoke about the waste issue. We must do a lot of work to ensure that we create even employment for youth. Memangatlo, district of KK. We had a program that was running in terms of waste regeneration, and it was running in Dr. KK. We are going to restart that program because it didn't take off well. We're going to restart it because we also know areas like Makwasi Hills have got waste collectors but do not know what to do with the waste. So please accept this program when it comes with other municipalities as well. If it takes off well in Dr. KK and with you, we are going to be able to spread it to other municipalities, because our program is that material is there at the local area, but the market, we need to assist our people with the market. Where do they take these recycle waste areas to? So we are going to come to you with the partners that we're having with, we are discussing this area so that we do. And if it works well in an area like Makwasi Hill, for example, then we are going to replicate it in other areas because of the lessons that we can learn out of that program. Economic development, we have done so many work with municipalities after the impact of COVID to ensure that the small town regeneration programs are taken up. In the area of Swaying, for example, Mamusa, we need to ensure that we know what the local economy is about and where it can be shaped to ensure that the economy grows better. And that is that program that we are running there. So areas like Mamusa, please do accept that is why I was saying some officials do not take these programs on, but when we talk to politicians, then so this is one of the programs that we've been struggling, Swaying and Mamusa, to try and work out our regeneration, small town regeneration program. So we are going to ask for your assistance and cooperation. Special economic zones, we've been working with the Department of Economic Development to also assist in the area of Bujanala to ensure that the small economic zone takes shape. And we must say that we are glad that it's taking shape, it's happening. Trade investment guidelines we have rolled out as well. Municipal capabilities and governance. In terms of the salary and wage collective agreements, we have signed already, and thank you so much to the municipalities that have ensured that we take this forward. Although we did have a little bit of glitch with some who didn't attend the meetings, but they finally came and we agreed with the two core unions, Imatu and Samu, in terms of the collective agreement, but also the provincial agreement in terms of the main, the compensatory framework. Retirement fund collective, we've been working with municipalities on that. Training of employee delegates on the LLFs. Some of the most critical things that are happening in municipalities is miscommunication, misunderstanding between employer and employee. The LLF is made for that. We've been training LLFs so that the council understands its role. The management understands its role, the union understands its role, and then cordial relationships will come. But we are going to redo this program because the attendance wasn't that good, so that we know that, for example, what happened in JB Max, we had to work underground with municipality to ensure that there's a common understanding of why things are happening and communication flows. So LLF is very critical. Sometimes as politicians, when you take on issues that are reported to individually by unions, you take it up on, then you decide on financial issues that will impact on the municipal manager. So that is why the LLF is the end. Those are the areas that we are trying to make sure that council understands its role, the management of the municipality understands its role, the union understands its role, and there's cordial relationships with the municipalities. But we are going to go ahead again and retrain municipalities on that, because members change all the time. It's just like the MPECs, they change all the time. So we are not tiring on this process. We are going to redo it again to ensure that disciplinary matters are matters that are taken on and very easily dispensed with. Municipal capability optimization and the research and knowledge management we're still doing, and human resource organizational development. We are also testing the maturity in terms of this so that we know what are your areas of weaknesses, and those are the areas that we are working on to assist you together with COGTA and Treasury. We have looked at the municipal finance infrastructure delivery and performance. We have looked at the, you must recall that some of the municipalities are not delivering on housing programs. As Salga, we are participating in the delivery of houses so that municipalities are able to deliver on the housing services. It's only Rustenburg now that can do that. So we are looking at other municipalities to ensure that whilst we can deliver on housing services, municipalities are also capacitated adequately to ensure that they understand the function properly, and municipal human settlements is delivered, but also spatial planning and all of that. How do we plan and how do we ensure that we do not have erratic houses coming up outside of our human settlement plan, outside of our spatial development plan? So we are looking at that to assist municipalities. We've worked with Rustenburg in terms of the informal dwellings. So it's the unlawful land occupation. This is an area that is growing in the country. So we need to know how to deal with it. So we've looked at those ones very well. In terms of community development, we have realized as Salga that in terms of COVID-19, HIV and AIDS and STDs has taken the back seat. So we are taking this program back again so that municipalities do take cognizance of this program in line with what is happening. Women and children, also the program of women and children, gender parity, and the LGBTQI communities. Honorable councillors, we are taking stand and very special interest now in disability. We need to, there's a program that we are also going to unfold to ensure that at least per ward, we have one disabled person trained through a Salga program. So when this program comes, please take heed of this program so that we ensure that they are not put on the back burner. We are going to be able to move with our disabled people and also ensure that we do establish rapid response teams to localize gender-based violence. These teams need to be established because this thing is happening. And there's no more saying that Malume will deal with it. Sometimes it's the very Malume who is the problem. So we cannot have this, our children to be dealt with. So we must have rapid response teams on the ground so that we are able to deal with this. And we are looking at these programs. In terms of disaster management, Salga has presented an outcome of disaster management in terms of the province. We all know that we are not ready for disaster management. So whilst the Department of COGTA did say that we are fine, Salga said, no, we are not fine. And the Premier actually said this report must go back and Salga must assist the Disaster Management Center with all the areas that they have made research on to ensure that we strengthen disaster management in the province. And we request municipalities to support this program, and it's been tabled in the disaster management in the NWPCC. In terms of health services, honorable councillors and MMCs for health, please note that Salga has also submitted to the NWPCC to say that this function is an unfunded function, especially to districts. Now we wanted to municipality, the Department of Health, the province, to take this back and to go and quantify it and say, how should they include this in the equitable share adequately to cover for the cost that you are having in terms of health services? So we are pushing this program at the provincial level, and Salga is also leading it, and we are reporting to the NWPCC on a quarterly basis on this outcome. We had already 3 meetings with the Department of Health. We are looking for a Section 78 process so that it is correctly quantified, because you are paying the cost of a power and function that is a provincial function that was given to you without income. Now we are looking at this, and together it also talks to libraries. You all know that you are carrying the cost of libraries. Whilst you are getting a very small grant, you are carrying the major costs. So now we are honored to say you are not doing well with municipalities in this regard. The other area that we are also looking at now, and we are going to assist municipalities on, is the licensing area. Municipalities, please, before you sign the agreement on your licensing, traffic and licensing, that agreement of 70-30 is not adequate. You are paying much more money on that. And with the national office, we are taking up this program and we are bringing it to the Northwest. We are having a meeting with the stakeholders, Department of Transport, to say, do not force municipalities to sign the 70-30 agreement. It's not working for you. Now, if you sign it, we cannot speak for you. Before you sign it, please call in Salga with their expertise to come and assist you to negotiate and renegotiate. Because you cannot be forced to sign, because now they are threatening you that cars are not getting licenses, licenses cannot be renewed. Don't allow that to happen, because we have the expertise to come and assist you to negotiate. And if we do that as a unit within the Northwest, we can get better results. But if we allow the signing to happen and then you come to Salga and say, assist us, you have already signed. And it's not benefiting you. It doesn't benefit you. There's so much money that is being done there. Imagine paying 2 million every week and you getting how much, Dr. KK? You get a very little, less than 200,000 out of 2 million. It's not worth it, because now you're paying the staff, you're paying electricity, you're paying everything. And where is the cost? The cost is this high, but the income is this low. So before you sign those agreements, please do look at requesting assistance so that we negotiate as a complete unit on those areas. So in conclusion, there's much more that we have done, but I've tried to run fast with it and highlighting areas of work that we've done and those that we are pleading for your support as a municipalities. Chairperson, that is the report. And maybe you'd want to come and conclude with your organizational, with your remarks. I don't know. That is, thank you very much.
Thank you, PDO. A quality clap for her. Thank you, Speaker. That is why I was looking at you. I know that you are an expert when coming to pass. Thanks, PDO. Really, the document is so thick. I thought it will take about an hour, but PDO managed in 15 minutes to present it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have received the presentation of organizational report. Now is the time for us to engage to the thank you. Roving mic, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My name is Mzondi Lefeliti, the Mayor of Makwashels. I must say, Chair, that I'm very happy about the report. The report is very convincing. Chair, not just convincing, but it's more of a program of action that speaks to activities and the role of government and our role in local municipalities. I'm very happy about it. I don't have any question, I must say, but there's only one question that I wanted to raise, which is not included in the report, that relates to the appointment of section 56 and 57 managers. That Salga in the panels, it has been participating as observers, you see? And I wonder why is that the case? I mean, having listened to the report, Kokezo, that has been presented here about decisive interventions that Salga is making. Now, why is it leaving this most important section of appointing section 56 and 57 managers? Why are you participating as observers? Because we all agree that even the AG even said that one of the reasons why we have disclaimers and negative audit reports is because of non-appointment of the senior managers. Now, why is Salga not participating and intervening decisively in that area? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Noted. At the back. Roving mic at the back. Okay. Executive Mayor of Matlosane.
Thank you very much, Program Director and the Deputy Chair of Salga. Chair, thank you very much. Let me also echo what my colleague has already raised in terms of appreciating the report. I just want to touch on a few things. I hope I'm not going to take much of your time, but maybe to start first by also acknowledging the strategic and a correct move that was made by Salga in terms of recognizing, the talents that are out there in different municipalities, which we saw them honored during the gala dinner. We really appreciate the outward-looking concept that is now introduced by Salga. But I would also want to encourage Chair of Salga that maybe in the next round, let's interact with municipalities just to touch base and check as to, in respective municipalities, what are the people or that would want to be recognized. For example, you have missed a very important person from the city of Matlosana who is a Miss World idol, a 10-year-old that comes from Africa. It's a Miss World idol. Now we honored a first runner of Miss South Africa and the Miss World because there was no interaction. Maybe in future we need to look into that. But in relation to the report, Chair, I would want to request Salga maybe also to play a meaningful role in terms of driving the IGR. Because the presenter has spoken about the NWPCC, But the role that Salga need to play in IGR is very much important. Chair would know that on several occasions, I've raised certain things which are being, we are uncomfortable with those things, and they are perpetrated on the basis of the IGR. For example, you find that COCTA, I hope Dr. Bule is here, has embarked on the 100 learnerships. But in terms of the recruitment of those 100 learnerships, they were actually imposed to municipalities. And they are not talking to challenges that municipalities are having. Because when the presentation was made, it was as if these people are going to assist to capacitate the municipality. But when the deployment of those people is done, you find that it's actually your ordinary HR people, which you don't even have a space for them in your municipality. I mean, if you bring a person that has done a political science to my office, what would I do with a person who has done a political science? I have a need of engineers. You're bringing me a political science. So there's a disjunction there. It's not talking to what the program is intended to do. We even indicated in that engagement that we had our own database of unemployed graduates. Now you're bringing us students when we're sitting with people who are already having a qualification on the same area that you want to capacitate in the municipality. But because Salga was not playing a meaningful role, it becomes a broader imposed, kind of a thing. The other thing, Chair, which amazed us is that the COCTA sent an MOU. They write an MOU on behalf of the municipality. They send it to municipality to sign. It doesn't make sense. Because they had a partnership with somebody else. Therefore, they see that, okay, this person they can utilize better in the city of Matlosana. Then they send an MOU, which is drafted on behalf of the city of Matlosana. What the city must do must just to sign, and that person must come and do work in the city of Matlosana without any engagement. And all of that is done under IGR. It's not fair. And the only person and the only voice that we have as a city is through Salga to be able to address these things. The other thing, Chair, I think the PDO addressed the issue that we wanted to raise, even though she was saying 70-30, it's 80-20. It has moved, 80-20. We are actually running licensing departments on behalf of the province. And we're even struggling to get material of the same vehicle licenses from them. Now, it's a matter that needs to be addressed. I mean, running that section is very expensive to a municipality. So it's an unfunded mandate to municipalities, which is something that needs to be reviewed and looked into as a matter of urgency. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Mpoma Zapola, representing the District Mayor of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda Meniguenam. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome the report. Mine is just a presentation on the presentation that we received yesterday. Also talks on your page 15 of the report, the code of conduct of councillors. Looking at your report on page 15, you'll find that other members just attended 2 meetings. Others are on the red. They did not even attend a single meeting. Hence, we see there's no consequence management in terms of councillors in municipalities not attending your Section 79 committees. Chairperson, I need us to agree in this meeting that we need to lead by example as leadership, that if we don't attend, how do we expect councillors to attend those meetings? We need to improve on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor of Rustenburg.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. If I was in council meeting, I was going to call the executive mayor of Matlosane to order. He was relevant, but not to the organizational report. We are discussing the organizational report. And I would also like to speak to the attendance, particularly of councillors to the working groups. If you look into page 112, that talks to the attendance of Salga governance structures. Councillors are not attending the governance structures. And I think it is the responsibility of the speakers to make sure that they deploy councillors to different governance structures and they do attend, so that in the next PMA, there must be an improvement. Because remember, these governance structures are the ones that Salga derives mandate from different municipalities. And that on that note, I move that we adopt the organizational report as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At the back. Order Chair, order Speaker, and order Executive Mayor. Over to you, Pa.
Oh, thank you, ke a leboga bagolo, and for the presentation from Salga today. What makes me happy today is all about the initiative and support and two key issues that I can see Salga is moving, where we've been want to be strongly on those initiatives, especially for renewable energy and waste management. Even yesterday, I was trying to lobby the programs because we have done much research. When I'm not a councillor, sometimes I'm environmental activist, but there's big economic benefit throughout these two areas. But we have finalized all the research on these two things. Soon, maybe I'm trying to lobby, not as a councillor, for municipalities to open opportunities for us when we come there, so we can be able, even us, to participate in terms of assisting them. How can they go through this process of selling the waste and also this thing of renewable energy? You must understand today the country is facing the problem. Municipalities, rather than taking on opportunity, especially where there's a sun and a lot of sun to generate energy, we can put solars there. Talk with your planning person to give us land and your tribal people to avail the land, so you can come with private investors to come there. I mean, Salga, if you can encourage municipalities now to run fast on this initiative, it will assist them with an opportunity to generate revenue in the future in these two things. I love you, all the municipalities, even they'll see me want to present in their areas on these issues. They must know I'll be coming there just as an environmental activist and person who's something else, not cancer. Give us opportunity, let's move fast. You'll see a progress. We already done this research, even with overseas companies. Give us opportunity. I'm looking for that. Thanks very much for Salga. Push that.
Thank you. The Speaker of Moses Kotane. Then you will follow.
Chair, thank you very much. I think as part of I think this report serves before the PEC, before it was brought before us. But I think it is important that one raise this matter, that we have representations of members to the NCOP and the legislature. In the previous report, there were no reports with regard to these members that are serving in these structures. So it will be important, Chair, that in future, at least we have a session in the report that speaks to the activities where these members are serving, so that we can see that progress in terms of our relationship as well with these arms of government. are progressive in this regard. Lastly, Chair, there are members who are ex-officio members of the national working groups. I just saw at the back those members, but into the attendance as well there, Chair, it's not quite clear. So I think moving forward as part of making a broader report in terms of that, you must know that as they attend, how is their participation and how many days, or as per the report in terms of members of councils that are attending Salga. But I think we must not shy away as the PMA to say to member municipalities, members that are not attending, because we have read, as one councillor said, municipalities must make replacements. Because if you are read from the previous provincial members assembly until now, moving forward, it will be double rate. So those members are not prepared to serve. We are suffering with quorum when committees are supposed to correct. We are suffering with quorum. So those members that are not attending, municipalities must go back and take decisions to replace, because we can't be in a meeting which is having catering, the venue is paid for, chairperson, and members are there. It's fruitless expenditure for us as well at the level of the PC. Thank you very much. As
Thank
I
you.
move to second the adoption.
Okay, the last one.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Councillor Mika Mweti. I'm MMC for Finance. We want to actually to note the report and actually accept the report presented. But it's important that we must actually reflect on the issues of the IGR, which is very serious. I fully agree with the chair yesterday when he said, unfortunately, the local sphere, we can be called by provincial government, we can't call them, unfortunately, and say to them, there are a lot of development from government department and we can't ask them questions. It's a matter that we need to look at. We are struggling from time to time, actually, to get department participate in program of the municipality. The MOU of the traditional leaders is good to sign them and train them. What becomes important is the implementation. You know, we in the Northwest Province, we are a rural municipality. Without traditional leaders availing land for development, we are going nowhere. So I think Salga would have to actually help us a lot in terms of this matter. In Greater Taung, I'm sure the executive mayor will agree with me. We had a water plant which was actually established for more than 12 years. More than 12 years, you would agree with me. So we struggle in terms of that challenge there. But it's important that Salga would have to help us, we rural municipalities, to say these traditional leaders, they must be trained, they must sign, but they must avail land for development. But I can see also why we are struggling, in particular in Greater Taung. I see there's a lot of red pen in terms of our member. It's a pity that there's a red pen there, and I see why are we struggling a lot. Appointment of Section 57 managers, we have been struggling. I'm sure we have advertised 3 times because we could not get Salga actually to support us to verify some of these people, and it's expensive. We're spending a lot of money on some of these areas. The AG has raised an issue about Section 131 of the MFMA. We can't get clean audit. That's what the AG has actually been raising here. The issue of actually consequence management. I don't know why even the deputy minister spoke about it to say, we keep on talking about consequence management. It's not happening. Maybe Salga must do something to help the mayors and do these things. Sometimes when you tell them in a meeting, they don't understand some of these things of consequence management. It's not happening. And as long as we don't deal with this matter, we'll never resolve these problems. We'll forever have issues raised by the AG, and we are not actually responding to the AG. I don't know, Maybe these officials have got a lot of money, they buy you a lot. That's why you can't do consequence management. Actually, we are not in charge. Mayors and speakers are not in charge. Officials are in charge of these municipalities. That's why we can't deal with consequence management. We can't deal with, every time you raise this matter, they actually, they are bored, you see, they are bored by these directors and officials. So the sooner that mayors and speakers are not bored, the better for us to be able to deal with consequence management.
Thank you.
So I wanted to raise some of those issues there. But the AGR, it's important. In Greater Town, every time we're struggling to actually get department to participate in our programs. I know the new elephant in the room, DTM, is trying to actually to enhance IGR, but it has to happen moving forward. And thanks very much. We have a very good organizational report. It has to be actually adopted. Thanks very much. But also the last issue, attendance. Oh, I forgot it. Attendance of the working groups. Attendance of the working groups. I nearly took over being the chair of I nearly took over chair of being actually a chair of the working group of finance because of my chair not attending. Please, you must deal with my chair. I'm his deputy. Otherwise, I'll take over that working group of finance and actually become a chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, we know that organizational report is for the chair. So I'm going to hand over to the chair, Re Khumalo Molefe. Ki homeboy yaka, he's from Morule. Over to you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I must say I am very worried. This is not the PMA I belong to. Your body language tells me that you want to leave. You are just busy on your cell phones. You are busy on the tablet. You must tell me, PMA, is this the Koketso Mohomuti you know? He's not here. He's on his other business. The Koketso Mohomuti that we know as a PEC would be participating. And I'm citing him as an example because I've been making observations. We know people who participate in our meetings, and it's easy to tell when people just want to process something and go. For different reasons, they are tired. They come from various engagements or they've got better engagement. It can never be. So if you are in a hurry, the Salga Northwest is not, we're facing a difficult situation. The reason why I'm raising this thing is that look at how we discussed the organizational report. What have we resolved? Okay, give me one resolution. What have we resolved on? Because in my view, we've reflected. Give me one resolution, Dr. Batsi, that the PMA has taken on any matter. A proposal that we seconded and say, this is the position of the PMA on this matter. Of course, we talked about people not attending, but what did we resolve there? So let's go back to the drawing board. It's fine. Let's go back to the drawing board and let's go to page 15. So that we are not in a hurry. Let's go to page 15. Are you there? Are you there? You can start at 13 if you like. These are the people you have elected at 1.2. Because the fish rots at the head. If we can fix the head, the entire fish will be sorted. In between the conferences, it is the PEC that must act and must have acted. So that when the report comes here, it says, this one was a loafer, and then we have chucked him away, endorse that decision. PMA, thank you very much. So that we don't spend too much time here. So that is the PEC you have elected on page 13, agreed? And those are the working groups. And so let's go to page 15. We must take a decision or decisions. That is the attendance of the PEC. And what is the attitude of the PMA with regard to this attendance? I hear the attitude of the PMA saying this attendance is not acceptable and that we must take action. Now, I thought if we were concentrating, we would have taken a decision, a simple decision on red. On page 15, red, that we have elected a certain councillor to Misang Khaurail. And this councillor, out of 5 meetings, attended 0. But the PMA has discussed and adopted the report, and then what happens? I thought the PMA would say that member has released himself or herself, and therefore the PMA directs the PEC to fill that position, something of that nature. If you do that, you are a PMA, you are decisive, you are paying attention to your report. Sorry, I'm taking you back, but I'm the provincial chair. And my boss is sitting here on behalf of the NEC. So let's be specific. We have a member who has attended 0 out of 5. What is the decision of the PMA? We must take him for counseling, send a delegation to go look for him. Why has he absconded? And what is the decision? I need a hand. Okay, Koketso Mkhomotsi, you will speak, followed by Khomotso Mama Bale. Let's move in that, followed by the alderman, and in that order. Give him the mic. Where's the roving mic? We need to move in time now. And all other proposals that you have made must be seconded if they need any secondment. But we are on attendance. 1 minute.
1 minute for attendance.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the PMA. No, I think as the report of the organizational report on absence, the Constitution of Salga is quite clear on what needs to happen in such an instance. Chairman, it's a procedure, I think, that starts with the officials of Salga. And then from there, a decision must be taken. I think let's follow that procedure, which you are well aware of. Because I think we once discussed this in the PEC and said perhaps the officials, which is yourselves and the 3 beautiful deputy chairs, might need to engage these members. So we want to consistently remind the chair of the constitutional obligation that perhaps by now we could have acted, and we encourage you to follow the process and do as such. That's what I can propose, Chair. I hope I was very helpful.
No, thank you very much. Exactly the opposite. Before you speak, I want to remind Councillor Koketso Mkhomotsi that we discussed this matter in the PEC, we engaged, we even directed the PDO to write to them. We have tried 4 things, 4 steps. The things that he's saying we must do, we have done them. Thank you very much. Over to you, Khomotso.
Yeah, once more, thank you very much, Chairperson. We only have one read of a directly elected member. Even the co-opted members' attendance is much better than the directly elected. You've got the co-opted member with 5 out of 5, whereas the directly elected one are not attending. So, njalo. I'm intimidated, Chair. Please protect me.
You are now protected.
Yes, thank you very much. So, like Councillor Mohamudzi was saying, the constitution is clear on non-attendance. It's like even in council meetings, if you skip 3 council meetings, you are no longer a councillor. And we always talk about emphasizing that and the implementation, we talk about code of conduct of councillors. So I think we must lead by example. The member must consider himself or herself out as a PEC member. And as PMA, we must allow the PEC to go and fill up the position. Thank you very much.
Okay. As a proposal, a member is released. Any seconder to that proposal? Councillor Mchali.
Chair, thank you very much. I stand to second the proposal made by Executive Mayor Mabali Puma.
Does the PMA delegate the PEC to fill the vacancy, or would the PMA want to exercise that right itself so that we conclude that resolution? The order is here. We're coming here. You are on the same matter, right? Okay, okay. Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
No, Chair, are you noting me to engage on the matter or to just move?
I want to finalize that resolution. You may raise your new issues if they are different, but I just want to finalize that resolution. The resolution is seconded. The member is released, will be replaced. I'm dealing with the modality as to whether the PMA want to fill that vacancy or mandates or delegates the PEC to finalize it. That's the only element.
Okay, then, Chair, I was to get into the matter and deal with the issue of your, by the way, I'm Oli Lengozana, the speaker of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, District Municipality.
You are the shortest in the house, so you must stand. Thank you very much, Alderman.
No, thank you. As I am to dwell on the matter, let me say that most of the things that we see in terms of your attendance and others, I'm quite troubled by the fact that it is only one person who has been put into red. When in actual fact, the red signs, the red flags, you can see them from the consistency in not attending more than 2 meetings, and yet you are not red flagged. I mean, even 2 meetings, it's not acceptable that you would not be attending 2 meetings consistently when you are elected into a structure. Well, let's find a refugee in the constitution without necessarily we know that constitutionally and legislatively that there are clauses that speaks to how a member should cease to be a member of a particular structure. And that speaks to councillors attending portfolios, councillors in your councils and so on and so forth. For us to have been sitting here discussing an issue that is dictated in the constitution, it's really not assisting. So I would support that the resolution that has been passed and say that the PEC resolve on your filling in of the position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You want to run away to the constitution? And I can easily ask you which clause of the constitution you are running to. I know when you are in a hurry. I ask the constitution. I ask. No, thank you very much. That matter is not yet closed. What do? Do we delegate that to the PEC to finalize the replacement? Agreed. Thank you very much. Do we also remove everybody who has attended 2 out of 5? Okay. Okay. If we do that, we are dissolved as a PEC constitutionally. That's a reality. Now, reality is that the attendance indicates that we don't prioritize Salga even at PEC level, and that is the truth. We don't even prioritize PMA. We don't prioritize that work. That is a reality, and it's reflected here. We can't run away from it. The PMA is therefore mandating the PEC to act on those who do not take the work of the Salga seriously and therefore do not attend and report back in the next PMA. In other words, we can come back and report that we have released the following number of members so that it's no longer a debate, Councillor Xolile. I mean, you have a PEC member directly elected, Councillor Maimane, who only attended 2 PEC meetings. How do we continue to regard this councillor as a Councillor Misoda sees the same culprit as well? This one is even worse. They called a council meeting during a PMA meeting in JB Max. So we will attend to that matter in the PEC as mandated by the PMA. Agreed? Which other matter requires specific resolution? One matter that was raised by the mayor of Matlosana is with regard to the awards. With regard to the awards, we agree the awards were new. They are actually new. I'm sure we can broaden them. We take advice and we resolve that the awards must be conceptualized anew so that they are covering a wider spectrum and they include almost every area in the province of our municipalities. We agree? They are gaining traction, so they must be based on a proper concept document which will be presented PDO in the next meeting on awards. But added to that, we encourage municipalities, member municipalities, to revive awards, to recognize citizens, but to also recognize staff members. It builds the morale. So we have resolved on that. There was also a proposal on the question of the IGR, and he summarized it as a tendency of big brother tendencies by the provincial sphere of government on this sphere of government. I must confess that is an attitude we are getting as well. And before that attitude becomes a reality, we think we always wait to be called. We think we must have the PEC must convene a meeting with EXCO, but that meeting must be extended. It must not only be PECs. We must extend it to other troikas who are necessarily not members of the PEC, so that there is a frank debate. And this resolution can be penal beated this way. Either that meeting is a meeting between the PEC and EXCO. Alternatively, that meeting is a meeting between the extended PEC, which includes the troikas and the EXCO. What is the attitude of the PMA? In that meeting, we are going to discuss all these discomforts, but we are going to want to strengthen DDM and IDP. We can't every meeting lament that departments don't come to IDP forums, to DDMs, yet they live and do budget speeches that are totally unrelated to our plans at local, and later on lambast us and reprimand us publicly. So in order to nip it in the bud, that is the resolution we are sponsoring. What is the attitude of the PMA on that? Tetani Galog, if you are tired, we have patience. The more tired you become, the more we extend the time.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I would second the latter part of your recommendation that speaks to an extended PEC with the EXCO.
Okay, there's a second to the proposal. Is there any different view that it be an extended PEC? There is no different view that resolution is adopted. The third one was on the importance of the PEC interacting with municipalities. And we think that resolution at NEC level, when we go to Eastern Cape, we dedicate time to interact with various municipalities where we are. When we go to Northwest, I think they started with us. Various municipalities are engaged. I get the sense that we want to adopt that particular approach so that when the PEC is going to be held in Bujanala, we spend time engaging with the municipalities of Bujanala. Do I understand the resolution to mean that? Okay, do we adopt that as a resolution? Anybody seconding that proposed resolution? Ageko. Oh, Ngatukon. We were supposed to leave here the latest at 12, but we don't mind leaving at 4.
I'm Jeffrey Lissie, the single whip of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda.
You've got a beautiful voice. I can't hear you. I can hear you. It's a charming.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the single whip of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, District Municipality. I go by the name Jeffrey Lissie, and I second the proposal.
Thank you very much. Is there any different view on the proposal? There is a decision of the PEC of Salga that says Salga must get out of urban and go into deeper rural. Akir, you preside over rural municipalities in the main. But when you meet, you don't want to go there, you just go to urban and end there. We want to go deeper. We want to go deeper and attached to this resolution of broadening the interaction scope is that reality that we must go to our people and connect to our people. Agreed on that one? On the question of the MOU with the university, the organizational reports as indicated, we have signed with the university, but we did not sign for signing. I thought the PMA will give clarity and direction. You keep on going to vets and taking money to Joburg, yet you have a university that you are not using. Now we have signed a memorandum of agreement. I thought PMA will pronounce itself much clearer. And so what? And by the way, I was with the two professors here, and they are offering that for free, as part of the memorandum of understanding, to say, give us 1, 2, 3 municipalities that are not doing well. We will send engineers there. We will send ICT specialists. We will send every capacity. We have the capacity as part of that thing. That's a commitment from the Northwest University. I thought the PMA would say, following the signing of the MOU, we direct our member municipalities to prioritize Northwest University with regard to the capacitation of staff and governors or councillors. Otherwise, le motse leng bagaetsho la Pretoria, le motse leng la Northwest University and. Lotle le ko vets, ha o batla batho whole week vets. Kante hanke be ba lefa gaifa no ka ba bitsa wa re go na le matata a metsi le tla tla le boela sekolo. How do we give effect to the MOU? Ha ke batle di caucus ke dio tsa lona ko di conferenceng ko man. Aus khomotso.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I would like to come up with a proposal. Of course, our municipalities must be encouraged to use the Northwest universities. But in terms of the Northwest universities sending engineers to municipalities, my proposal will be those municipalities that are paying levies, the highest paying levies municipalities, I don't know which ones are those, so that we even encourage those that are not paying levies to see the necessity of paying levies. So that will be my proposal, and it will be up to the official to identify those municipalities. I think Rustenburg is one of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those who are not paying levies are sick. Do we say to them, you are sick, remain sick, we're not sending a doctor to you, so die there? I thought we will say, because you are sick, let's go send the specialist to check what the problem is, to resuscitate you so you come back, and then we can penalize you for not paying. Can't we take, but first let's give the resolution effect to say, are we agreeable that the PMA resolves to encourage member municipalities to prioritize the Northwest University here at home with regard to capacity building of our councillors and staff? Is that a draft resolution seconded, Councillor?
Chair, I'm sorry, I really need a clarity on this one.
Yeah.
As to how to synergize this resolution of our own MOU as Salga and the MOU that the same university have signed with Coxstar, so that we don't find ourselves competing for the same service.
Our kids. Akira, you are a PMA.
Okay.
You must.
Chair,
Yes. Who's
this
speaking?
side, it's
Who's
me.
speaking?
Get-
You raise your hand first, and then I say, give them the mic. I see the mayor of Mahikeng wants to speak and respond to that one. Are you responding to that one?
I'm not
An
responding.
MOU is an MOU. It's not an agreement. It's a guiding document to a relationship. So we're not in competition, but we're taking charge of our scope, right? So that we deal with that prescription, big brother prescription. In any case, we came first, but we're a sphere of government on our own, and therefore we must strengthen a relationship between ourselves and the university and benefit from that. I get a sense that that other MOU, which is at provincial level, seeks to do the same. So there is no competition, there is no opposition. Let's run. I see your hand, Mayor Mpetlo and Councillor Molema. We're finalizing the resolution on encouraging member municipalities to prioritize the university at our doorstep. Thank you. Mayor Mpetlo.
Thank you, Chair. Tshepiso Mpetlo, I'm the executive mayor of Mahikeng local municipality. Chair, I think it's important that we must resolve that we force all the municipalities in the province to agree to the MOU. Now we are wasting a lot of money giving other universities which are outside the province. It means that the money that we are using as municipalities going to other VETS University of Johannesburg, University of Johannesburg, should be spent in the Northwest University. That one we agree. We just signed an MOU as Mahikeng Chair, just before we can arrive to Salga's MOU with the Northwest University. We signed it with the Vice Chancellor that we want, in particular, the campus of Mahikeng should have a close link with the municipality in terms of the crisis that we are facing as a municipality. And they had also made commitments that even the medical school is going to be built in the Northwest University, particularly in Mahikeng campus. Now, what it says is that
you are protected. The speaker is out of order, and that is the mayor of Matlosan. He is extremely out of order and he knows it. Proceed, you are protected.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
I didn't hear that one. I will not protect you.
Okay. Now, it is important, Chair. Remember, even how we raise revenues, we should equally contribute to raising revenues for our home university. And I think, Chair, you saw when we started the first day.
So you're basically supporting?
I'm supporting.
Okay.
I want to substantiate why we should support all the universities. It must be force agreement for all the universities. And maybe perhaps in the next academic year, all of us should stop going to Gauteng, should also make sure that every one of us enrolls with Northwest University, even for the next coming administration of municipalities, Chair.
Thank you very much. The PMA is now engaging. The PMA has regained its energy. We are debating.
Thank you, Chair. Lina Lameki Ditebogo Molema, MMC wa Planning and Development of Mahikeng local municipality. Motlas gabe tele di pelo ba ga Tshepiso Mpetlo. EM, now I think I'll support the memorandum of understanding.
Which EM is that?
Oh, Chairperson.
Oh, okay.
Chairperson, Executive Mayor.
Thank you.
Kumalo Mpetlo. O kana le EMLele bantsi.
Okay.
Ke ne ke re ke tlhagise gore ke supporta mogopolo wa memorandum of understanding, but Chair, ke ne ke kopa gore ha re dira that memorandum of understanding with the universities, we mustn't forget the TVET colleges still in thing around Northwest, because we'll find out for some of the rural places, di ka khona gore thusa le ka agriculture, because right more the rural places we do have masimo, so we need TVET colleges to assist us le ka tsone dio tseo. So ke ne ke re ke tlhagise fela yo gore we must add this one here, the TVET colleges gore ba ka khona gore thusa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The PMA has resolved that the PEC must give effect to the memorandum signed with the Northwest University to prioritize the use of Northwest University and the available TVET institutions in the capacity building and other avenues in the Northwest who are investing in ourselves, who are investing at home. If you take the same approach with the mines that we have in the province, they will move their head offices from Gauteng and bring them here at home. But because we're not doing that, they're sitting comfortably there. It is a resolution taken. We have signed an MOU with Mahosi, with the house. The PMA has not reflected on that. I guess we welcome Mahosi are no more participating in many of our councils. They walked out. But because of the work that we have been doing at our level, the confidence is restored and the relationship is strengthened such that the provincial chair of Salga announced, of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders announced that they are reconsidering that position, they are returning. And I thought the PMA would have reflected on that and welcomed that position. From my side, I think I've covered the proposals that were made. I don't know whether is there any other proposal that was made that we have not resolved on, or the PMA is now comfortable, just so that when we move towards there's a resolution also on the legislature that we have a memorandum of understanding. It remains a draft because it's not yet signed. PDO, we have not yet signed, but we don't want a seat in the house and watch people talking about us in the house and saying a lot of wrong things about us when they did not come to the IDP and DDM. We want to debate the state of the province address in the same way as we debate the state of the nation address at national. And I think the PMA want to resolve that we must pursue that deserved position that the PEC is mandated to continue persuading the legislature to grant the platform for us to participate in the House. Does the PMA agree? Or does it give up that it will never happen? The deputy chairperson who's not well is now regaining her energy. She had reported ill, but she's coming. You will get well.
No, thank you, Chair. I want to propose that we make proposals for a bill. We have been engaging on this matter for quite a long time, and the legislature of the Northwest is not forthcoming. The last engagement that we had, you'd remember, Chair, the speaker even said the reason why it happens in the NCOP and in National Assembly, it's because organized local government is allocated seats in the Constitution. It has got 10 seats and it's a legislative obligation. So we have been engaging, perhaps as Salga Northwest, we may want to lead discussions. Of course, we are formed up of other provinces. Salga must have one position. So we may want to deposit to Salga NEC, that as Salga, we must then propose a bill that will then address the fact that Salga has got to participate in legislature, not just in the Northwest, but the bill may then address other provinces that are struggling. I think I was made aware that it's only Limpopo and another province that are not having issues. Eastern Cape, yes, only 2 provinces. So maybe we may be able to provide a solution. Thanks.
Yeah. There's a provision in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa which allows provinces to make their own laws. You know that? And therefore, I think this proposal, if agreed, if we go national, we are going to take forever. We must maybe sponsor that bill directly to them. Governance Chair.
Chair, thank you very much. I think I want to align myself with Speaker Mondlane because we are just from Limpopo for the benchmarking. The Speaker of Limpopo was in that meeting and we engaged with her. There are no difficulties in Limpopo. So when these things are happening in other provinces, and in our case, it becomes different, and they attend all of them, the National Speakers Forum, they share experiences and lesson learned from other provinces. So I think in the Northwest Province, it's just another thing. So I think I want to agree with Councillor Stella Mondlane so that we move forward. We are nearing to the end of our term. We are still engaging with this matter. It cannot be correct. Thanks, Chair.
All right, we will sponsor a bill in the next 30 days to the Northwest Provincial Legislature about our relation and participation with the Northwest Provincial Legislature. Is it agreed? Is it the resolution of the PMA? Thank you very much. One of the matters that was raised was with regard to our members who are participating in the NCOP and the others, that moving forward, we want reports to the PC, but we also want reports about their participation at that level. Agreed? Now, members, as we move towards adoption, when we are invited by the legislature, we go. Sometimes they even summon us. I remember their exchange with Councillor Koketsu. We can't forget. They demand that we come to them. When we invite them, the speaker is not here. The deputy speaker is not here. None of the members of the provincial legislature are here. The PMA can't walk past this matter. I refuse. PMA that I belong to can't walk past such matters on the basis that it's called we must go home. Now, let's deal with matters. What do you think must be done? What must we do? Now, parallel to that, they summon us, they invite us. In many cases, they summon us at provincial level, at EXCO level. Look, colleagues, we attend Munimex without fail. You understand? We attend them without fail. Sometimes they even call speakers. Could they extend their powers? Lady speaker. Lady weep. But we go nonetheless. But yeah, we have invited all of them. We've invited the Premier and the EXCO. Only the MEC for finance is consistent. Well, the Premier apologized. But where are our colleagues in EXCO? Where are the MECs? Why do we have to debate alone about the challenges that we have with the executive that they refuse to plan with us? How do we advance service delivery and district development models and all others if they are not coming to our party, but we attend their parties? I think the PMA must pronounce itself here, resolve and mandate the PEC on what must be done. What is the PMA saying? If the PMA is saying nothing, we proceed. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Let the church say amen. Yeah. Yeah, if you are tired, we can take a break and come back. Okay, here's a hand. The NEC member will also come. Is there any other hand before the NEC member? Yeah.
No, thank you, Chair, and the members' assembly. I should think this matter, Chair, as you are saying, we must then sponsor that it not be left alone, because it would be a bad precedence. And one has noticed that in the past, indeed, that is what has been happening. We are operating in silos, and it's not assisting the mission of bringing sustainable services to our communities. So we would second a view that says that perhaps a letter should be written to all these respective structures, and then our discontent must be raised. But furthermore, we must sponsor that the leadership at the provincial level must then convene a meeting with these institutions or structures so that we go and convey this particular message. And also, furthermore, you could have a session with them on what was expected of them to come and communicate and deliberate around issues and the approaches thereof. I should think we must empower you as the leadership to do that on our behalf.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. NEC member? Chief.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think it's very disturbing that as Salga, we are the deputy chairperson at the PIGR, the Provincial Intergovernmental Relations, but we are not taken serious at this level, where one member of the executive is the one who appreciates our work. I would align myself with the colleague to say, just to add, and so I think the PAC of Salga in Northwest, through its own office bearers, must urgently engage the office of the Premier through how cabinet that is led by him does not appreciate the work that Salga does. I think we're expecting out of 10 of them, if they are 10 or 11, I'm not sure, at least 60% of them should have started to attend yesterday until to date. One of the biggest issues, Chairman, that I want to raise is that, and it's one thing that all of us, we are aware, some of the issues that were raised yesterday and today, this cabinet is supposed to be appreciating the challenges that Salga is putting forth and how best can they put them into a program of action and raising those matters with Salga. If it is things and they expect us here to sign this memorandum of understanding that are being imposed to municipalities without consultation and all that, how these municipalities are going to take them serious. And I think the chair, I think the executive mayor of Matlosane was correct to say, but how do we deal with this issue? Where we need to implement some of this are not yet respond to this matter. So it's a serious matter, Chairman. So I just want to urge the PC through the officials that you handle this matter expeditiously with the urgency it deserves, so that we should not just be a Salga that is not biting. I think Salga must start to have the teeth that must bite. And we are observing this trend across other provinces where some of these comrades, some of these MECs are so comfortable in the positions that they are having and forgetting that these are the leaders at the cold face of service delivery. And I can tell you, Chairman, if we can go back in terms of the challenges that we have at local government. In fact, local government is taken by the way sphere of government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The directive by the NEC is sacrosanct, but the POBs, provincial office bearers of the PEC must engage the Premier on urgent and special basis with regard to this important IGR matter. Agreed? The PMA must not forget its input. When we started and in the report, there's a matter on the security at municipal level. I really thought that matter is going to be at the heart of our resolutions, that departments are protected by SAPs, but municipalities will have to fend for ourselves. I thought PMA would also pronounce itself there, but maybe it's a matter that must be in the agenda when we engage the state on security of councillors. The security of municipalities is very key and central. Shall we close the question of resolutions? Councillor Koketso Mohomotsi, who's a lawyer by profession
And the politician by day.
by nature.
Chair, I think the mayor of Makwas raised something that you might need to reflect on the issue and the role of Salga at the level of interviews of Section 56 managers. I think it was a question requesting for clarity, not knowing necessarily, was he proposing a motion that we change the position? Maybe if Chair can just reflect on that, maybe there's a need for a PMA resolution, because I know it's a PC resolution. Maybe if we can give the PMA the rationale so that we also enjoy that support at that level. I think that's the only thing that's outstanding from what I heard. And I'm actively participating, Chair, as per your request. That's why I realized we forgot that one.
You're multitasking. Only women can do that. We can see if a man is not concentrating. Thank you very much. Look, in the olden days, okay, recent days, Salga used to participate in interview processes as a panelist who actively scores. Half the time when the processes are raped, Salga is not given a platform to engage, does not even have a platform in council. When you change that which was agreed upon, because in between interview and that there's some other unwritten consultations that are binding you somehow, Salga does not have presence. But Salga is a signatory to the product. When it's reported in council, it's written, Salga participated. But Salga was not invited to other meetings that has got no written invitations. And these meetings are powerful. They change the direction and the speed of that product of the interview. Then Salga said, in order for us to conduct our proper independent oversight and to retain our integrity and clarity, we want to observe so that at any given time we can say, this is not the product we know. That was the rationale, that we observe and we retain our independence of the process and were not implicated. Akitsura ki dira tlhaloganyo, I've represented the position of the PEC. So that is the rationale as to why we are not actively scoring people. Because if you are scoring, you end up being accused and being trapped into sectoral partisan interest party. I didn't want to use the word factional, interest party things, because you are a participant. You get accused of, you were lobbied against me. You were lobbyist for this one. So we avoided that unnecessary mud. Okay, that's the position of the PEC, but the PMA is bigger than the PEC, so it can veto the decision of the PEC or endorse it. What is the attitude of the PMA? Askolumeni okanye state ka gong re bue. Are matlosa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to move that we actually veto the decision of the PEC so that we have a meaningful and impactful role that we play as Salga in these processes. And I want to take an advantage that I'm given a platform, Chair, to also add something on that relates to the competency. Because Salga is conducting competency which is said to be irregular or whatsoever. Or not accredited, yeah, the right word pass, not accredited. And we are using private bodies to do the competency test. Maybe we will look into also upgrading ourselves as Salga to get the accreditation so that all these competencies are down in-house by Salga. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's deal with first things first. First, are we endorsing or are we changing the position of the PEC on being an observer? Let's close that one. There's a proposal that says, let's not be an observer, let's be a participant. Now you are going to be, let's say for instance, we agree that we are active scorers. Later on, having been scorers, we want to be accredited assessors. So we score and assess ourselves. So let's apply our mind properly moving forward. Or you want to score and tomorrow you want to assess again. But let's debate. It's a PMA, it's a necessary debate. We are here. Ile khomotso ene o lapile batho ba modimo ra tlhaloganyane wa batliwa batho wa gaga ba matsa kwa gore a re ka electa motho a ba disappeara ke tsona dio tse re le wonile ma comrade motho is not available ayo. So we understand where you are sitting, newly elected chair. It's not an easy condition we're putting on you. I feel for you. Maonore still it's all.
No, Chairperson, my name is Caroline Ngeife Motsabi, the single whip of Moses Kotane. Now my input is to say we must be responsible as Salga. We must change the decision, we must score, because these people are not taking us serious. They'll never give us invitations because we are doing nothing, we are just coming to observe. So we must take charge for our local government. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. In the meeting, if you want to speak, you raise your hand. In the absence of hands, there is no different view. Lebatlo score. NEC, what is happening in the Northern Cape? What is the role of Salga there? Please give the NEC member, let's hear what others are doing and what is the general practice in your in terms of your experience in other provinces, if you can.
No, thanks, Chair. I think the general understanding is that Salga plays a very critical role, whether at the interview level, where a municipality through its council can take a decision in the appointment of the panel and include Salga as part of the panelist. So what is important depends on the council. So what is the attitude of council on that? But, you know, Chair, there is this issue at the level of the NEC. And all of us, you should be aware. I think it was raised by one comrade here on the issue of the accreditation of Salga to do the competency and all that. That COPTA itself is fighting with Salga on that recognition. And department wants us not to conduct the competency assessment. But generally, there was no issue about that. But I would advocate that this matter, as you take a decision, must form part of a report to NEC through your presentation that let's get a final clarification on the role of Salga as it relates to interview panels and further give clarity on progress as it relates to the competency assessment. But the PMA can take a decision on behalf of its own members, but still wants to engage the National Members Assembly that is even coming so that Salga can clarify itself on what is it that you want to do. The motion for the PMA to say Salga must score, if the PMA agrees that they must score, no problem. But this matter must be elevated so that there must be uniformity across the country in how we do things. But Tina, we don't have a problem, Chair, informed by council resolutions for Salga to be part of the panel. And many decisions that you are doing, we are consulting Salga in terms of where there is no clarity. We don't run to COCTA. We run to Salga for advice in many occasions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Chair of Governance, you are the last. And then we resolve.
Now, Chair, the challenge here is, even if we play an observing role as Salga, there is no report that goes to the municipality for adoption on the side of Salga, so that council adopts, be it positive or negative, it's a report as part of us observing those interviews, so that tomorrow municipalities does not say Salga has not cautioned us or gave us a report after a particular interview in the process. So I think if we leave it to take it to the National Members Assembly, we must at the same time say, as we don't form part of the panel of interviewers, we must then give a report back to that municipality, so that when the panel takes the report to the municipality, ourselves as Salga as well, we have a report, because we are there observing even things that are done wrong. We are observing and we are not doing anything. So much as we are representing municipalities, we must then give feedback to the municipalities, so that the municipalities at least are able to say there were people or there was an institution called Salga that was there for us, hence this report. Thank you very much.
Okay. The NEC member will come back, but before the NEC member, I see a hand of Aus Khomotso and Abuti Koketso. Those will be the last, and once the NEC member has spoken, we're closing it.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson.
Once, 1 minute each.
The proposal, yeah, a PMA on Salga being observers at interviews. My proposal will be Salga must take part not only as observers. Because remember, in the competency assessment, it is run by Salga, but Salga appoints an independent body to do that. It is not necessarily being done by Salga itself. So we are not the referee and the player at the same time. So we must resolve that in our municipalities, Salga must take part and form part of the interview panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Single whip, you must call all other delegates who are outside for whatever reason. Only the chair can give leave of absence in a meeting of Salga. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I hope I'm not defeated by numbers. I suffered defeat over the weekend. I don't want to suffer it again. Chair, on a lighter note, Chair, I want to try and persuade the PMA. Salga, I must emphasize, must continue to maintain its advisory role to its members. Remember, even if we go to those panels, it will be through invitation of council through its resolution. We are not automatically there when you look at the regulations themselves. I'm avoiding a situation. You know, right now we are trying to keep the provincial government a bit far away from matters that we can self-govern. I'm trying to avoid a situation where Salga will be caught up in that question as well, as to Salga wanting to take control and part of an organ of state and wanting to necessarily dictate to how it would resolve, given who would be its leadership. I wouldn't necessarily want Salga to get to that point. It might be a bit messy and muddy for Salga. Salga can maintain the second segment or element after the National Members Assembly and the NEC, that Salga be the preferred option to do the capacity assessment through maybe appointment of an independent person and so forth, that it can maintain, because it would be assisting us to say, as Salga, we made this assessment through these people who we are recognizing and have advised the municipality that these are the competent or advanced people who are able to be appointed or appointable in this position. Let us leave the scoring part for Salga's sake. Or maybe let's hold that segment of scoring, maybe for the NMA, just to get a bit much of clarity, so that we operate in a uniform way. I would not want us to call a lot of things on us that are not necessary. So I'm trying to persuade. I don't want to be defeated by numbers. I know you're not going to work on numbers, going to persuade each other for the sake of Salga. But I see I did not do my groundwork effectively. But thanks, Chair.
Please give the mic to the NEC member, or the victim approach is not going to assist.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think the latter speaker covers the coexistence of Salga, which is to advocate, lobby, and advance the best interests of member municipalities. Now, if council takes a decision and say, Salga, we want you to be a part of the panel, it's council. Isn't that so? It's the highest decision-making body to say, I want you to participate as a panel member. Then who has to refuse that? No one. But what is important is that the advisory role that you are playing, and I fully agree, that we leave that to the discretion of our member municipality if they deem fit to use a Salga official as part of the panel members. That one we are clear. But what has to happen? Salga must at all material times play an advisory role to member municipalities. And the issue is that if you are on an observer status, if you are there, you don't seek permission from COCTA to submit a report to council. The member that has been sent as a panel, as an observer, must draft a report. That report must be submitted both at the level of the PEC and at the same time that report can go to the office of the speaker of that municipality. We must avoid this thing, Chair, of sending observers to councils, but there is no report at the level of the PEC in terms of this is the work that we have done, and also the PEC to reflect on the challenges that are, not necessarily to say but to appreciate the fact that this is what we are confronted with. This is what was our advice, but they decided to do the following. That will be the position. But I would also want the PMA of Northwest to take this matter, like you are saying, my advocate, to the National Members Assembly, so that we can clarify as the National Executive Committee and the National Members Assembly, clarify all municipalities how we need to approach the issue of the competency, because the issue of the competency, Salga has got an appetite to play that role and appoint an independent competency assessors to make sure that we help our member municipality. Yeah. I can tell you, Chair, I'm not discrediting these other appointed assessors or competency assessment bodies. I'm not discrediting them. But why COCTA has decided to appoint them but not recognize Salga? And it's a serious issue. And I can tell you, through the Ministry of COCTA and the Deputy Minister of COCTA, who are former members and presidents of this organization, at the level of the presidency, this matter must be elevated because it's a thorny issue. The demise of Salga comes as a result of taking away the good work that we have done in the past 21 years by removing our strength and support from member municipality. Then member municipality would say, but Salga, you are not helping us. Now our existence starts to be eroded. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The PMA is persuaded to retain the status quo of observing, but the PMA further decides to engage the national on the matter. On the question of the competency assessment, the PMA resolves that this matter must be indicted and referred to national. I don't want to repeat the sentiments shared by the PMA and in particular the NEC member. I don't want to repeat them for obvious reasons. We're an autonomous sphere. Although there's interdependence, we need to take charge of our autonomy. And let me not use the word autonomy. There's going to be a lot of debate between me and Kokit if I continue. But yes, that's how we resolve. We have really come to the end of the resolutions that we wanted to resolve. I'm going to give over to the Chair of Governance because she's the one who's doing oversight over this report. Once she has given her remarks, we then adopt.
Chair, we have forgotten the part that says the PMA also take note and resolve on the matter of a report after the process of interviews. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, no, it was also captured in the summary of the NEC. So I'm sure the capturers of the resolutions, you have captured that as well. We agree. Shall we get a mover? I see a hand.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it is appropriate for the PMA to be consistent. Ever since this PMA has started, there has been congratulations on the first deputy chair, but there's never been a congratulations to the executive, the PEC member, Mohomutsi. Also, if you have been taken. Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the resolution.
What is the congratulation that we are owing Councillor Mohomutsi?
That he has also taken his merit now.
No, thank you very much. He is now a year. If the person who needs to be congratulated every minute is actually Councillor Stella Mondlane Ngwenya, so that we encourage her to change her surname quickly. Thank you very much. The organizational report has been duly moved. We're looking for a seconder.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, my name is Mpho Matsapola. I do second the mover. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The organizational report is duly adopted. Over to you, Deputy Chairperson. I've done my part. Thank you.
Quality clap for the chair. Thank you. Hade. Pasupas is gone. Thank you, Chair, for chairing the organizational report. And Chair, I want to let you know that as you councillors going out, there have been summoned to Mafike for 1 o'clock. So you know our province, how it is. There is no way that they can lose that moment. So Madibeng is gone. And Rustenburg is supposed to be there. So, and Makwasi here. So they're not here. It doesn't mean that they are undermining PMA. You have said a mouthful, Chair, that when we call the province, they don't come, but they expect us to run after them. But I think Salga will rectify that. Let's continue with our program. I think we are getting to the last item. And after a declaration will call upon the chairperson to come and close the PMA. And now I'll call Mayor Matsi to the podium to give us the declaration of Dr. Ruth Mohomutsi Mupati 2023 declaration. And EM, I'm still congratulating Mela for the new surname, Ndade Ngwenya, but not Mohamud. It's a women's month.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Let me also take this moment to greet all of you, NEC member, guests in attendance and in absentia. Good afternoon. Oh, it's already afternoon. Oh, okay. My name is Councillor Khachomati. I'm the Salga Women Commissioner for the Northwest, PC member of Salga. Thank you very much. Salga 2023 PMA declarations and resolutions. The Dr. Ruth Sekhomotsi Mpati PMA declaration and resolutions 2023. As the member municipalities congregated on the propitious of 2023 Provincial Members Assembly held on 1st and 2nd August 2023 at the Klondike Lodge, Vryburg. As member municipalities congregated on the propitious of 2023 Provincial Members Assembly held on 1st and 2nd August 2023 at the Klondike Lodge, Vryburg, we restate the commitment towards realizing of a developmental local government mandate as set out in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and commit to the objectives of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, Sustainable Development Goals, and the African Union Agenda 2063. We pledge ourselves to the objectives and principles of the district development model. We necessitate to the renewed collaboration between the Northwest House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders and the Salga Northwest to the betterment of developmental local government across the province. We embrace the affirmation of the institutional continued interface between organized local government and the Northwest House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders in pursuit of total delivery of services across the Northwest communities. We reiterate the organized local government's appetite and commitment to actively participate into the legislature programs with service delivery bearing. We reaffirm to the notion that the success of the local government would be dependent upon those tasks with the responsibilities. The projection of the fully improved on municipal audit outcome through multidisciplinary support intervention. We reverberate the section 154 as the central drive to the municipal support and by extension of the DDM priorities. As the PMA, we recognize the macabre state of local government within the province and the sense of agency required, a need for institutional, integrative, and collaborative synergies to address the urgent municipal priorities within the province through Tunzalerole service incremental interventions. We recognize the need for municipal regeneration to practicality. We acknowledge the local government commitment towards re-engineering needs to focusing on recruiting the right people, capacity development, program and skills audit in collaboration with COGTA and Northwest University. On councillor welfare support, the PMA has resolved the following. That councillor safety and security review well to match the public representatives in other spheres of government. And we need tailor-made support to disabled councillors. On the Deputy Minister's address, the PMA has resolved that organized local government advocates for the development of cash flow management facility to manage the challenges of misuse of conditional grants. On the demarcation board, the PMA has resolved that the affected outstanding municipal inputs and comments be collated for the completion and for the final verdict. On the COCTA IMSI bill, the PMA has resolved that municipalities continue with inputs to empower the process as informed by our provincial experiences on interventions. On section 79 and 80 committees, the PMA has resolved that a presidium be convened to deepen the understanding on the roles and responsibilities amongst the troikas in section 79 and 80 committees. We have also resolved that Salga lobbies the legislature, COCTA, and Treasury to resource all impacts. On the presentation by the MEC of Treasury, COCTA, the PMA is directed to lobby National Treasury and advocate for MIG grants that are surrendered due to non-performance, that they be redistributed within the province, preferably within our districts. On the Auditor General, the PMA observed the Auditor General's report that focus should be on the implementation of performance management system to ensure performance agreements are outcome-based. On the PC participating into legislature, the PMA has resolved that towards a development of the bill to the NEC and National Members Assembly, that would make it compulsory for all Salga structures in the provinces to participate in legislatures. We have resolved to sponsor a bill, We have resolved to sponsor a bill that will allow us participation into legislatures. This is something that the PEC of Salga has been working on tirelessly since its election, and something must happen. We are going on year 3, something must happen. On the review of municipal compensation benefits, the PMA has resolved that a workshop to understand financial implications be organized. And then the PMA has also resolved to note the report and refer the report back to the PEC of Salga to form the position before the National Members Assembly. On the Northwest University Salga MOU, the PMA resolved to encourage municipalities to utilize or prioritize the Northwest universities for councillors' development and capacity building. The PMA has also resolved that the PEC must give effect to the MOU with the TVETs to broaden community development and service delivery. On the NEC presentation by Honorable Masihla, really note appreciated. On Salga governance structures attendance, the PMA has explicitly resolved the cause of action to non-attendance of the governance meeting that affected councillors be released and replaced. That Salga officials be mandated to implement the 2023 PMA resolution. On the IGR status, the PMA has resolved that an exclusive extended meeting between the PEC and the Northwest Provincial EXCO sits as soon as possible. On the PEC municipal interface, the PMA has resolved that the PEC interact with member municipalities prior to its traditional meetings for the appreciation of the status quo. On the strategic interface with the Northwest Provincial EXCO, The PM has resolved that conventions bearers be mandated to arrange an urgent engagement with the Premier and EXCO to focus on areas of common interest. On Salga's role in the municipal recruitment, the PM has resolved that the status of Salga role in assessments and recruitment be escalated to the National Members Assembly for strategic clarity and a guiding direction. The PMA has also resolved, the PMA is also persuaded to retain the current status quo of observation during municipal recruitments. This is the Dr. RSM PMA declaration and resolutions of 2023. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. In the absence of the chair of the session, I don't know what happened to the chair of the session. No, thank you very much. We have come to the end of the PMA. Now, thank you very much. We have come to the end of the PMA, and this is how we end. We want to take this opportunity to thank Team Salga. Once more, you have done us proud as you continue to do. Thank you very much to each and every one of you, Team Salga, led by our able and competent Provincial Director of Operations. Who's this one? Yours. You're taking a good chance, but keep trying. Now he's taking a good chance, but now he's trying to. No, ladies and gentlemen, we are excited. We are excited at the work that we have done amid very difficult circumstances. To be a councillor is not a child's play. I'm sure all of us will concede. You can comfortably and easily be an MEC, no problem. But to be a speaker and to preside over 30, 40, 50, 60, at times 70, and 90 other fellow councillors and come out with a resolution is not easy. And some people, when they get an opportunity, they lambast and reprimand councillors as if we are these things that can think, that don't know what they're doing. Half the time, if not all the time, these are people who have never been to a municipality, but who are experts of a municipality, even though they have never set foot there. And I want to argue that unless we as Salga occupy our rightful place, we'll keep on getting prescriptions from doctors who have never seen us. Never seen us. They prescribe, give them a mic and they speak about us like they have consulted us, like they've met us. I refuse. Now, Team Salga, thank you very much. We did not eat last night. That's the only deduction. That's a minor deduction. On a lighter note, but I think Team Salga, we envy you. How we wish that this teamwork, this professionalism, these high standards can be transported to municipalities. And Salga gets, for the last 10 years, unqualified report, Salga. We must just transport that which you are doing to, and keep on doing it. I know we arrange sessions for you and never come. Thank you for your professionalism. I think it's appropriate. To the member of the National Executive Committee, thank you for gracing our PMA. Thank you for participating and giving leadership and guidance. And I'm sure you have taken note of our sentiments and views with regard to various matters, and that you would take it back to the National Executive Committee. Thank you very much, NEC member, Councillor Neoma Sekela. Members of the PEC, had it not been because of your effort, your collective efforts, we would not have made it. Of course, we lambast you, we reprimand you, we call you to order and all that. We don't ignore the reality of what you are facing every day. Where you wake up, people have blocked the municipality, they demand tenders, they say you must resign. We live in that kind of environment where municipalities are taken over by gangsters, where you fix water infrastructure tonight. Before the next morning, the same people who were blocking the roads, demanding water, have taken the engine, where there are syndicates who are funded to attack our water infrastructure so that we can keep on tankering. We live in that environment. At the same time, the same people block the roads and they demand to be addressed by the mayor, just so you appear and they insult you because you are a project. This is where we live every day. How I wish that one day we can tell MECs where we operate and they can share with us their experience with regard to them and the people they service. Because apparently we don't service the same people because nobody ever toys or matches to them. So PEC members, thank you very much for keeping these candlelight burning. But of course, we will offload those who are a load on our shoulders so that we bring fresh legs. And how we wish those of you who are unable to continue with the journey can release themselves voluntarily to make our work much, much easier. But otherwise, this PEC in a short period of time has sent a different message. That local government is there, is intact, and we can turn the corner. But we must thank the Premier in absentia. Of course, he apologized and sent a delegate and send our warm regards to the MEC for Finance for her consistency. And we commit to carry out the resolutions of the PMA to engage the Premier and EXCO with regard to strengthening local government at our level and intergovernmental relations. So we commit to that, but thank you to the PEC as well. We've made a commitment that we will change the audit outcome. And that is the directive of the PMA to all member municipalities, that we must go and change the audit outcome, but balance it with the acceleration of service delivery. To this end, we congratulate ourselves for the achievements that we have made with regard to finalizing the recruitment of senior managers without many disputes. And we get a sense that the senior managers that we have appointed were appointed on merit. We say so with authority because we were there as Salga. There may be 1-2 elements that may have escaped through that little window, but generally speaking, the quality of the process is encouraging. We have made inroads and we commit ourselves to the intervention by the Minister and Premier of Water and Sanitation with regard to intervention on water in the province as a whole. We commit ourselves to that program, and we direct member municipalities to cooperate with that program. But in the end, it must give quality service to our people, but also advance local economic development. We, after engagement with the provincial government, we have committed ourselves as part of a DDM approach to service delivery to work together on acceleration of service delivery in a program launched by the Premier called Tunsa Lerole. Ka sekgowa ke goreng Tunsa Lerole? We have made a firm commitment that we will work together because our understanding of the Premier's view and position on Tunsa Lerole is that it's a DDM approach to service delivery, where those who must address issues of education in that particular locality on the day will focus on education. Those who must address water. Those who must address health will address health. Those who must address lights, potholes, but all of us at once at the same time. That is our understanding of that program. And the name of that program is Tunsa Lerole. There's no any other name that we have heard. So please do not add any other name to that. The PMA has directed each of us mayor speakers and whips to increase visibility. We do a lot of work, but we're not communicating it. COVID boxed us into a corner where we have reduced on public participation. And I'm sure even the budget is reduced. Public participation, interaction with the communities. Now, in this period where we are in, between now and June, we must focus on accelerated interaction with our communities, where we give feedback, we update them on service delivery plans and give service delivery reports. So we want a focus to go on mass interaction with our people. It's been a long time as a result of COVID that we're not engaging with our people. So we're encouraging member municipalities to resuscitate that kind of engagement. I'm happy that your laptop has locked itself even before I get to your points. So if you want me to get to your points, still talk to your laptop. Otherwise, I will railroad past very quickly. But in general, we must thank our partners, particularly the sponsors, and say thank you very much to those who have been with us, from our traditional leaders, our business partners, IEC, and everybody else who gave support, who participated. We will improve. We will try to ensure that when we plan for future activities, again, I'm a spiritual person. There's a silent complaint that we are not rotating faces, especially with regard to running the program. It's always Haho and this one, and we're not giving Petro a chance, and Gugu and Kogetso, and then. So that sentiment, they spiritually come to me, we will address it. We will never allow groupings in Salga. Whether you call them groupings or factions or discriminations or unfair treatment, as long as we are in leadership, we will never allow that others are made to feel small and others are made to feel important, or others are made to feel more competent and others less competent. If you got that impression, it would have happened accidentally, not by plan or system. We are not like that. The Salga that we are building is not like that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us go and accelerate service to our people. But let us be visible. Let's go and call our members to order. We are going to replace councillors who don't participate. We will meet as the PC, identify them as outlined in the report, and write to various speakers to either take action and or replace. But we must take action against people who RSVP'd, but never pitched without any explanation. And I'm sure the PMA will agree with me. And I see they do this thing in the legislation now as a new system. You book a flight, you don't go to Cape Town, they deduct from you. Agree state funds. And so you confirmed that you are attending the PMA. And then we made all arrangements for you, including booking accommodation and meals for you, and you don't pitch, and so it's business as usual. PDO, you are directed to draft those letters. I will sign them back to the speakers so that these monies can be recouped from these councillors. We believe if we do so, we will be running the country in the right direction. We can't waste public funds like that, and it's business as usual. And therefore, the record of attendance as we close is very important to us. We will see who has granted leave of absence, because in a meeting of this nature, we know where leave of absence is granted. The same applies to officials who are invited to this meeting and they opt not to attend. There are very many senior officials that we have invited here who confirmed, but they are not here, and it's business as usual. Again, we must write back to the speakers and report them and request that they be reprimanded. The same would apply to those councillors. We think if we do so, we will be protecting the interest of local government, of Salga, but of the PMA and the PEC and all of us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with these words, my advisor is insisting that there is something inside the laptop that I must see. Just open it.
No, it's, you covered it.
Okay.
It's the issue of the adoption of the declarations and also the issue of the DDMs that are coming next week, just to reiterate. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, thank you very much. It's good. He says I've covered them. but he also says we have not adopted the declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a good declaration presented here by our commissioner, able and smiling as always, very consistent on the issue of the smile. How I wish it can infect others. Can we get a mover? The mover for the adoption of the declaration of the PMA 2023. I see the hand of the mayor and the speaker of the the chief whip of the single whip of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda and the mayor, the executive mayor of Mahike.
No, thank you, Chair. My name is Tepiso Mpetro, the PC member of Salga, responsible for NCOP. I move for the adoption of the declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Jabanyane, how is we are about to close the meeting.
No, thank you, Chair. I remain Jeffrey Lissier, the single whip of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality, and we second the adoption of the declaration.
Thank you very much. The declaration has been seconded. Any different view from Councillor Jabanyane? Just to cause ructions, there's no different view. The declaration is duly adopted, and the PMA is, there are DDM workshops. That is what he was talking about, that you have been informed about. Let's organize, let's be there. We live here very much fortified, encouraged that we're a local sphere of government. This provincial members assembly held here in Naledi local municipality in the district of Dr. Ruth Sehomotsi Mompati, in the presence of all of you, comes to the end and therefore is officially adjourned. Thank you very much. Travel safe.